Okay, that should fix it now. It looks good. Yeah, it was doing all kinds of weird stuff. Like it stored a previous version the uh, of the upload and named it incorrectly. All kinds of weird things were happening. So this is just a better way of handling it. Um okay. So now that we have a working version, which is nice, the next step is to I didn't so again, I had been working on some shader stuff between um I had been working on some shader stuff and have almost entirely forgotten about like how this system is set up. And I just started bumping into parts that appeared to have been there ahead of time. So this is past me doing the right thing, right? Like I think the past me had a good idea of what I wanted to get accomplished, and then I just went schizophrenic and started doing all kinds of other things. Um, and I have my tea and I'm ready to go. So the key thing here is this. I usually store all of my enums in like a specific class, but it's sometimes it's just better to have your enums inside of the class that you're working with. In this case, I just like to have them here. It's just me. I do. Um, so the enum that matters is this, right? So let's expand on this a bit. Yeah, I think that's it. That's what I want right now because the ones that matter for us is going to be on hit. I don't think we care about on equip. I'm not sure. So there's another way that we could go about doing this, right? Which is we can do something like make connection, and then the enum, or sorry, the effect itself can handle setting its own connections up. Right now, it's working from the top down. I'm suggesting possibly working from the bottom up. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we go back to effect, and this is the top down approach over here. Um, no, sorry. It's in equipped. What? Why is this giving me problems? Could not parse goal class weapon. Did I not save? Weapon, accessory. All of this is good. This has a pass here. Could not parse global class weapon from weapon.gd. What does that mean? It's looking in the correct area, but it's saying there's an error happening inside of weapon, which probably means there's an error happening inside of equipment. There we go. So it's this. And this should... Oh, okay. No, it shouldn't be giving an error. What's the issue? It's missing a closing parentheses. Where? What happens if I do this? Toggle comment? Nothing. So that's not the issue. Funk. It might be something that my eyes are just not seeing. There's no return type on this. It's of the type void. Line 22. Effect trigger. Well, first, let's start with this. Oh, I see what the issue is. I get it. I get it. I get it. Let's start with this. Type. What do you mean? Oh, okay, I got you. Enums, what did we name it? Effect types. That's literally the name, isn't it? Copy. Okay, sure. So yeah, basically, we don't even need to use that anyway. Okay, so now we have the equipment here. And so equipment doesn't need to worry about on hit. That was just an example. The equipment only has on equip and on unequip. It doesn't care about anything else. So we would do on trigger effects dot emit, and we will emit the effect trigger dot on unequip. All right, and so basically we're sending a signal telling it, hey, I equipped and I unequipped. There we go. Something. Right? And so now this is unnecessary. Toggle comment. And that's it. That's actually how it is. So now any effect that is on an equipment will now have its effects, whatever it is, applied to that particular equipment. So now this is fantastic for our purposes, but not exactly sure. There we go. Okay, good. Not exactly sure. So let's get out of this real quick. And let's go to a higher level. Actually, no, let's deal with this real quick. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. So let's handle this really. We don't need this here. Okay. What happened? Effect trigger. What is it? There we go. Enums. Sure. Enums dot effect types dot on equip. Okay. You have to restart Godot for that to work. Enums. Okay. So now there's a couple things that happen. The effect, the moment that we make it, already knows who the owner of that effect is. We don't need to ever pass that in. So it can handle its own system with that. But we want to go to the effect itself here. And we have here trigger effect. All right. And so now trigger effect will just take in effect and the data type. So in this case, equipment is going to pass in this and itself, this and itself. So now let's make a, now what? Oh yeah, I need to restart Godot. Well, first let's make sure we spelt it right. Unequip, unequip, unequip. Yeah, okay. So let's save all of that. Let's restart Godot. Okay, good. Let's take a look. Yep, now it works. So it's gonna always expect two things. I'm just passing itself because why not? Um, so now if there's nothing here, if there's nothing connected to this, then this won't do anything, right? And if there is, then it'll send, and it'll send, if it doesn't, it'll send this to all of the triggers inside of this. And then inside of this, we have the effect, and it's going to say, hey, does the type of effect that's trying to be triggered match um, our effect type? And if it does, then we'll execute that effect by passing in this data. Right? So far, so good. So now the next step is the part that's going to print the message and stuff like that. And so we already have heal effect data here, which we just took a look at, which does this stuff. Right? But I'm not sure if this is how I want to handle it. What I mean is that I want a way that I can create or just copy paste, effectively copy paste the effect and then just so here's the question. In games like, let's say, Diablo, it's been a while since, actually, no, I played more recently Baldur's Gate, right? They have a very similar system where they have weapons and items, and these items, of course, they come with their basic stuff, but they have effects on them. Like they'll add a spell to your abilities to cast spells and things like that. So that's basically what this would do. Like, let's say I have a class called Spell List. This will do that. All right. So now we have to go back a step. Let's take a look back at the equipment real quick. Okay. So let's take a look at this real quick. So what happens if we have non-equipment based effects, right? What if we have a whole bunch of different equipment? So let's actually, instead of going down, because if we go down, it's going to get a little bit confusing too quickly. Let's go upwards. So we're going to go into the equipment manager class, the class that handles all of your equipment on the player. So I think it's equipped. I named it. Yeah. And this is going to extend ref counted. Now, this is the class that I was talking about that I wanted to take a shot at correcting a bit. Oh, and I think I could rename these. So this is, I think this is neck. This is wrist. This is ring. And I think the rest are fine. Um, and I think this is supposed to be get equipment. Yeah, there we go. Now we can ping into it. And yeah, that's fine now. Okay. Where am I? Should be under equipped. Okay. All right. Neck. So this is a way to do it. I think a better way would be, I don't want to retype all of that, I'll be honest. I think the best way to do it would actually be to do get. No, let's just leave it that way. I don't want to spend the entire video retyping stuff. Eventually I'm going to hit that, but right now it's not the best time. This works fine. Has is a very light call. So get equipment does that, which will pass in the owner is an entity. All of these equipments will then automatically be created. Uh, and we're just passing out the weapon itself that was created as a result. All right. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I see what it is doing now. These are just quick accesses. So this is, and because I renamed it over here, it's good to get renamed over here. Gotcha. And I like this better. Ring, neck, those are much better to me. Okay. Let's oops. My computer is very slow right now. I don't know why. Cannot click. There we go. Okay, good. Sorry about that. This is a very slow moment. Okay. So according to, I'm still having problems with OBS. Give me one sec. Sorry. Okay. According to OBS, I'm being recorded. I just can't hear anything. I don't know why. But I'm assuming that it is giving off sound somehow. um. So now let's go into a separate script that has to deal with. Uh. Okay, there we go. Now I can hear myself. Let's go into a separate script, and it's going to handle when you attack. Right? Just any script that'll. I don't really care which one. So I'm going to go into. Where is it? Active. There it is. Active entity. And an active entity. No, we don't want active entity. Is it the player? Did I name it player? Player body. There it is. So in player body, we have this call right here to when the state. So this is my state machine. So I have a call for when we are attacking. All right. So what I want to do is I want to go down into my attacking state, and I want to go state add connection. This is going to happen the moment that I attack. Okay. And it's going to be entity equip attacked. Okay, and I'm going to put yeah, I'm just going to do that. Okay. Now, is this giving me any useful information? I don't think so. So I think that this is just a really good place. I think this is a good place for a lot of things. This is not a good place for this. We need the part where no, for the test for purposes of testing this thing out. Yeah, this is good. Okay. So now let's go into equipped. Trigger effect. And we're going to want to have the type, and we want it to be enums.effect types, return void, and it's going to pass for now. No, we don't need to pass. We can do something like this. For I don't like it this way. So I don't like it this way. This is what I mean by like playing it out just to see like how. I mean, it would work. I don't know if it's better to do it this way. I think it's better this way. This is fine. All right, this is doable for just getting it done. So we'll pass in data here. Okay. So now it's going to go through my equipment, and it's going to then, so I'm not too worried because the size of this dictionary only goes so far. It's not a crazy, this is never going to go super crazy, right? Like I might ping it a lot. I don't know, but it shouldn't be something that um goes too crazy. But then again, I should probably turn it into an array. Grr. Okay, let's turn it into an array. That's the correct way of handling it. So first, let's do this, just in case I decide to undo that. Var list array of type equipment. Okay, and this is going to be like that. So now we're going to do so the good thing is that every single one of these so we can go like this instead. Or that was weird. Yeah. There. And that's how we're going to have to do it. All right, and this helps because we've already changed these. That was weird. Sure. Oh, oh, wow. Let me just double check this. No, Mr. Marshall is a kind of equipment. Regalia? Oh, sorry. Oops. What am I looking at here? It's saying equipment. So cultivation is not a type of equipment. Cultivation is an item. Gotcha. And mystic is an item. So no, this should be equipment. There we go. Cultivation is an item. Let's change that to equipment also. Now I have it set as an item. Why did I do that? Let's put it to equipment for now, just... Okay, good enough. Okay, let's save all of that. Okay. Cultivation is type equipment now. Confused. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's fix all of these. So regalia is regalia. Accessory. Oops. Neck. Wrist. Ring. Minions. Martial and Mystic. And this one is problematic. I'm not sure why it's doing this. Cultivation. If equipment is cultivation, cultivation extends equipment. Equipment extends item. Hmm. Maybe I need to restart Godot. That might be what it is. Let's try that. We're in equipped. I'm curious as to why that's happening. There you go. Just needed to restart. Okay. So now that this is all set up, we don't need this anymore. I'm not gonna work on the save system for this. No reason to. Wait yet. Trigger effect. So, yeah, basically now let's go here, back to the player body. And in the player body, when we decide to left click to attack, it's going to trigger attacked, right? But we don't want to do that, actually. We want to trigger effect. Right? So now we're just adding the connection on the state. So instead of doing it like this, what we probably want to do is we want to do this instead. I don't want all of these open. No, execute attack is right here. Well, this is all just for tests anyway, so let's just put it right here. Func test attack. And right, and we're going to do that when we change. Once we start, we're going to change into the attack state, and then we're just going to fire off this. Actually, no. We already have execute attack, so let's do it inside of... there we go. Let's do it inside of execute attack. We can do that. Okay, so if the current state is equal to... So we're going to do it here when the animation starts. And we'll do something like what we were doing over here. Let's get rid of this. And where is it? Here we go. So we're going to go entity, equipped, trigger, effect, and we're going to say it is enums, effect type, attack on attack, and it's going to, the data that we're going to pass in is I have done attack effect. Okay. So now the goal is to have this text pop up from the effect that is on the equipment. Right? So let's do that. Okay. So now let's actually set this up proper. The where is it? Player body. Okay, I see. All right. So yeah, this is done. I don't need to worry about this. The only thing that I need to do after this now is I need to. We've gone up, so now it's time to go back down. So let's just double check our way back down. So we know that everything else that's going to lead up to this point of the execute attack is going to happen. I've tested this 1,000 times. This is the new stuff, right? And this is tied into a couple of things I haven't tested. So the first thing, let's deal with the most immediate one, is the path here. So this is going to trigger the effect. Trigger effect is going to, so we're going to check, this is assuming that we have an entity, which we should. It's there from ready, right? So this is going to be the first hiccup we can bump into. That entity isn't actually set up properly. Um, then the next thing is trigger effect. So let's assume that entity is set up properly. Now we go into trigger effect. So let's go in. And then we're going to say, okay, we take in the type, which we got, this, which we got. We don't have to worry about that part. Um, and then we're just going to run an emit on this. So before we do this, I actually want to do a print debug and then do equipment size and just do a list dot, is it named? Oh, make it size. Yeah. Size. There we go. Am I done? There you work. Cannot find property size on base array. What the heck? It's not size, is it? Count? No, the function. Well, they're both functions, but I could have sworn it was size. Size is the thing. Okay, I probably just didn't put that. Got it. Um, okay. Then it works its way down from here. So it's going to go into every piece of equipment that we have, and it's going to try to run an emit on the trigger if it has anything on it. All right, and yeah. So here. So we actually have to do one. I mean, we don't have to, but I want to do it just now just to get it out of the way. So we want to go like func, equip, and we want to pass in the data, equipment, and we want to I don't think we can do that. I think I've tried using it in the past, but it doesn't work. Match data dot get script, and then we put um, weapon. Oh, it works. Well, at least it's looking like it wants to work. I don't know. Uh, so what do we have? We have weapon, regalia. Okay. Um, we have weapon, regalia. We have the accessory chain, which is neck, wrist, and ring. And then we have the minion, martial, and mystic. And the cultivation. Gosh, no, do not. There we go. Done. Okay. And then the only one that we need to worry about right now is the wrist. So we want to make sure that we do a couple of things. First, we want to get var old equipment. The equipment is going to be null, right? And then so we want to see. So this is the wrist. So we do old equipment is going to be equal to get wrist, accessory wrist. And then we're going to say nothing there, I think. For now, nothing. Okay. Otherwise, I think the others can. Well, let's do one of them first and just see what happens. Brain isn't. So now we do um old equipment unequip. Then we say old equipment is equal to data. And then we say data old equipment dot equip or unequip on unequip, right? So now here we're going to go func unequip. And here we're going to actually return an equipment. Right? I'm thinking like what happens if you want to like shift, like let's say I go item slots or something like that. You can just get whatever you're pulling out that way. And then we say then we say so if we're dealing, this is going into other systems. So we'd have to pass in the wait. Got you. Okay, now I figured out what I was missing. I figured out what I was missing. So Godot has something called a pop and a push that it uses for its arrays. So what I'm actually trying to do here is I want to get the accessory, the wrist accessory, yes, but I want to pop. I believe that's what I'm trying to do. But instead, no, actually, I think I'm okay with this. Because this is keeping, I'm not popping anything. This is keeping this information, the old equipment, inside of the array, right? So all I'm doing is overwriting that data with this. But I don't want to do that, actually. This would have been nice if I could do it that way. But then what we would need to do is we would need to duplicate this data. So instead, what we actually want to do is we want to pop. Oh boy. So let's take a look at this code real quick. Now, if this works, I don't know if this works, but if this works, we could just apply the same thing to here, right? But I'm going to test this out first, see if this works. And if it does, then we can use this script to basically cut down on the amount of this stuff that we're doing. But yeah, so we're just going to do this real quick. I'm just going to check to see if we, or we're going to basically apply a parameter here that if set to true, it's going to, instead of just returning this object from inside, the same object from inside of the array, it will actually pop the object out of the array. And then I can just append the array with the new object. thing is. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. So we get the equipment that we want to pop. Or actually, let's use a different one. Let's say we want to get the type. So type, and we'll use the equipment enums. Maybe I have it equipment. Do I have that? Is that actually a thing? Not a thing. I don't know why it's doing that. Ah, boy. Okay, do I have something for that? We have a ton of stuff. Gender. Uh, you know what? Let's do something about that. Let's make equipment types. And we'll call them. So it's weapon. It's so weird. Regalia. Set, neck. Wrist. Ring. Minion. What else? Cultivation. Oh no, mystic. No, martial. Mystic. What else? Minion. Cultivation. Why is it doing that now? I'm gonna restart Godot. Let me save. I'm gonna restart Godot and see if it is going to give me problems. Looks like it's gonna give me problems. Compilation error. Let's just double check enums. What is it doing? Why are these? Whatever. We'll just add an S. Necks, wrists, rings, materials, minions, cultivation. Okay, there. All right. Then we're going to go back down to the, I think we were at equipped, right? Yeah. So we have equipment, enums, dot equipment. Nope. What did we name it? Equipment types. Okay, there. And then we will var type is going to be equal to found. You know what? Let's break these up a little bit. I think I just realized a version of this that I like more. So if we do func get. Wait, let's go a little bit further on this before we do this. So we want to do a found on And this is going to be type equipment. Going to be null for now. And then just to get rid of that, we're going to do a null, or sorry, return found. There we go. Okay. That should take care of that. Could not find equipment types. Literally, we have it here. Equipment types. Copy that. What the heck? Let's try restarting again. Save. Okay, now it works. Yes, there we go. I don't like that at all, but whatever. Okay, so the idea is I don't think that's going to work. I'll be honest. It's nice, but I don't think it's going to work at all. Let me see something. We can do a var equipment type. Okay, we can do that. Save this. And then we can say in this, instead of trying to be fancy about it, we can just do data. Equipment type, right? Okay. And we did save. I don't know why it's not picking up on it. It's probably just whatever. And so now we can do this. You know, and I know that that exists. Oh, that's effect types. It's weapons. Okay, so it does know that it exists. It's just being stupid. Okay, this way works. So now, sort of. So now we have to go back to equipment. Okay. There. Now, obviously, data doesn't have anything about that over here. So we'll do something like this. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a whole bunch of different problems, mainly because I just need to restart Godot again. But outside of that, everything else is working fine. I'm just tying up some loose ends that I know are going to cause issues when I try to test this. But there's still, I said there was two steps. I'm still working on the first. um, this is, well, sorry, I'm actually even getting distracted in making other parts of the system that I shouldn't be making yet. That's what's happening here. I need to stop myself, and I need to get back to exactly what I said I was going to take care of. Give me a sec. Okay. So because I did that, I can now go back to equipped, and we have this system, which um, I can now do this. I can have this. Well, actually, first I need to look how Godot handles this. Let me see. List pop at. Got it. Okay. So that's exactly why I had to do this. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Exactly it. It's just weird. I'm pretty sure there has to be a better way to handle it, but whatever. So we're going to make a new function. Func find equipment, right? And we're going to pass in the type. And we are going to enums.equipment types. And for some reason, it's just dumb. I must have typed something wrong. Let me see. Oh, no, now it picks up on it. Okay. Um, and then we're just going to grab this. And we are going to push in type. Ah. So first we put in the type of equipment that we want to find in there. And then it's going to pop, or it's going to give us the index of that equipment in the list. But I don't think we need this here. Let's just toggle that out for now. Okay, so now we are going to var found is equal to list dot find. Hmm. Oh, I see what I need to do. For equipment in um if equipment huh I wonder. Yeah, you can do it that way. Is it right? Should I do it that way? We can do this a different way. Right? We can go like this. And this is not right. There we go. Keep doing that. Does that work? Type cannot be used as a type. Nope, doesn't work. Okay. Just sworn it worked before. That would have been good if it did. Oops. I think there's another way to handle this. Let me see something here. I think that's the best way to handle it. So check in, found, which is -1. So this is going to be 0 at first. And then we're going to go through each one, and we add 1 for each one that doesn't match the type. And we just keep going through. Otherwise, we return what we found, the index that we find. And if we find nothing, then we return -1. Good. Okay, so now we can do something like we're passing in the equipment, so we can say var old equipment is equal to Let's get rid of this right now. Yeah, let's do it in a line. Old equipment is equal to the find list dot pop at find equipment data equipment type. Right? And so now we're going to pop the old equipment when we do that. And once we get the old equipment from the list, then we say old equipment dot unequip. Right? And then we're going to, well, actually, we're going to do this instead. We're just going to pass in unequip and just pass in old equipment. Or better yet, we do this. We're doing the right thing. This is just in the wrong area. So we do this. We go down to unequip. We go here. Right? And it's basically going to take in the type. Okay. And so we can replace this with just found. So now we'll pop out of the array that piece of equipment, and this is done. So now the next thing is equipped. So now when we want to equip, so first we want to do a check on if we need to unequip something. Okay, and if this is, so let's have this equipment. And so now we can go var old equipment is going to be equal to unequip. And this is going to take in data dot equipment type. Okay, there, we're getting there, we're getting there. So now we say equip data, equipment type. We handled the unequip, we did not call, that's a problem. So found dot unequip, there we go, now we called it. And then in equip, we say if, well, we have a few things that we want to take care of here. First, we want to equip this new thing. So that's easy enough. Once we've unequipped that, we go old equipment, or sorry, rather list dot append data. And we do a on data, we do equip. So now we can get rid of all of this. Okay, and then we just return the old equipment. So if we equip something and something is already in that slot, it'll return out of that slot equipment, or we can just unequip something and it'll return whatever it is that we found that we want to unequip. So if like we go to like an item slot and we click a slot later on, that slot will have the information about the item. And so from that item, we can always just get the equipment, the data, the equipment type from it, and we can just pass that in here. And then we can actually check this array and just get this equipment from that, and then pop that out and put this into this item into a slot on the UI or something else. All right, that was very nice how it turned out. And so now we can actually just get rid of all of this. Right? And instead, what we can do is func get equip, and then we put the type enums.equipment type, and we have it return equipment, and it's going to say first var found going to be equal to find equipment, or rather list dot get I don't want to pop. Oh, I know what to do. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's another safer option for list, though. Let me see. Nope, that's it. Nope, that's not going to work. So this will return a -1. At worst, this will return a -1. So we can also get rid of this. Just thinking of a safe way of approaching it. And I think this is as safe as I'm going to get right now. Regardless, this is a way to just get a specific type of equipment now, rather than having to go through all of those. I liked it before. Like, I had the decision in my mind, should I make it an enum or should I just have each one? But I think this is just better for just space. Like, look how much, it's just one slight scroll. So we called this. This is a thing. This is not a thing. Why? What's this? we have on equip, and we have on unequip. What the heck? So weird. Like this one is allowing me to link back. This one isn't, but they're both whatever. Okay, so when you equip something, this is happening. So we call on equip, and then we call on unequip here. And then if we go into this, we'll see that what this is doing is it's just passing in uh, this into its emit, and this effect trigger, this trigger effect. And instead of using all of these, we just have this by itself, trigger effect, which passes in the data, which is then going to just execute off of that. So now every single one of these effects are pretty much the same, right? We only have this type of effect. I don't think we need the others. I'm not sure. And then this gets its effect type decided by the effect that's attached itself to this. So if it's an on-hit effect, then this will execute. If it's not, then blah, blah, blah. But this is always being called whenever. It just stops itself from going any further if the type doesn't match here. All right? And this is versus having like an on dash and then having this listen to a specific emit for on dash or something later on, or making that call in an array. I think Godot likes to handle signals better, apparently, or more. So we have the attack. So right now we're at the third layer. So we have the attack called. It went through the manager. The manager, uh, if all has gone well with equipping, this should be one of the things that the manager is going to try to execute. Um, well, actually, the attack goes directly into it and then tries to execute it. And then it's going to come here. And then this execute should happen here. And then execute itself is just going to do pass. Right? Now, this is where we're going to start getting the different stuff that we can do. So we have different effects. Right? We had different effects. This is what we made originally, where we had a ton of different effects. But now we have all of the effects happening, or all of the possibilities of effects happening on one effect, which we just saw, this thing. Right? So we don't need all of these. We just need this. And this will fire off execute. So what we do need, though, are different types of these effects, but they're going to be resources instead of being separate classes. Right? So let's actually go back up because I don't like how something went down at the very top. I don't like how something went down at the very top. Where is it? Let's save first. Let's go back up. Player body. This I don't like. Granted, we're just doing this to test, but I don't like this part. Right? So let's actually do this. And instead, we're going to extend this a bit. This list We're going to change things around here first. All right, this is based on the old system. I'm going to leave this here for now. We'll just build on top of it. So just in case we ended up needing stuff. So we need a function. Func add effect void for now pass func remove effect pass. Okay. No, wait, no. Hey. So here we can go one more, which is func right? So I think that what's happening here is that we want to take this function from outside of, where is it, equipment, and we want to put it here. So where is it, equipped? Or where is this function? I'm pretty sure I made it. I think it's a one level down. Let's go back to player body and see exactly what I was doing that I didn't like. Yeah, equipped trigger effect. Where is it? I don't see it. It's saying it's here. Maybe I deleted it? Equipped, unequipped, find. Oh, Godot. What are you telling me? Maybe I need to save? Entity, equipped, trigger effect. Where is trigger? Control F. Trigger. It's not on the list. Don't have it here. Don't see it. It's weird. That's very weird. This doesn't actually exist. This function doesn't exist, but it's saying it does. Well, I have 14 errors happening here, so maybe one of them is creating hiccups. Regardless, this trigger effect is supposed to happen over here instead. There. Right, that's the idea. So, what does this mean? This means that when we go to a lower level, where is it? At this level, I believe. Right, when we're creating these effects, yeah, when we're creating these effects, we were supposed to do this. So this is if we're passing in the construct data. Let me not look at that. That's getting confusing. So this is, oh, I see where I am. Okay, now it's making more sense. Got it. So this is trigger effects, and then we have the data. Right? And we're just going to pass void out, and we're going to say that yeah, we're just going to say trigger effects dot emit type. Oops. Like part of my brain is still on Unity, and it's like my head is just not getting that I'm not using arrays right now. It's right here. What do you mean? Oh, trigger effects. Oh, probably because it has the same name. On trigger effect. There you go. And it'll attempt, at this point now, it'll send the signal out to everything. Right? And then at some point now, we want do on trigger. So. Can you do that? Let's see. So we call trigger effects, do trigger effects dot emit, and every effect that wants to be triggered of that type will fly off. But what needs to be, the equipment shouldn't care about this, right? It's the effect that should care about this. So the effects are what we're adding and removing themselves. So effect, and we're going to say, does that work? I don't think so. Okay. Uh, yeah. Um, hmm, hmm. Oh, I see. I got what I'm trying to do. Sorry about that. It just took me a second. Yeah. It just took me a second for my brain to be like, stop. Yeah. Okay. So now, congrats to me, I've gotten that done. Add effect has the same name as a previously declared field. What? Oh, hold on. There we go. I'm assuming that this is all of this stuff that's it's hiccuping about. So let's go down here. So there was a use case for all of this before. We're getting rid of those use cases. Toggle. Right? And yeah, toggle and pass. Okay. So we need to fix this part. All right? We need to fix that part. I don't think we need this anymore. We do and we don't. We do in the case of like if the construct data then that would be a good time to use that function. So in this case, we'd actually be doing something like not get effects, but get, let's name this properly, get traits. Right? So like if the character has traits that are like built into like you're human, so you have +1 in all stats automatically. So that's where this would come in. Right? And once we do this, then we would have our list of traits here. Let's name this to traits. And then for effect in traits, or rather for a trait, which is in effect. What? That's actually a keyword in Unity? I mean, in Godot, I didn't know that. Okay, I did not know that. So for effect in traits, we do add effect, and then when we pass in the effect, it's just going to connect that effect's trigger. All right, and then for trait, we can just do something like effect dot, or actually, you know what? I think I like it better if we do it like this, self, and then just came out of it. There. Is this better? Would you ever be getting a list of traits without that? Without applying them to, like, would I ever need the list? And I think that's a good thing. We do at some point want to be able to just get like the list of traits itself and not have it automatically. So we probably want to do something like set up traits self. Data.setup traits self. Right, which can be no, I think this is the right way to handle it. I know I'm getting sidetracked. I am apologizing for that. It's just what I do. Um, it is my nature. So this is going to be a, an array. I believe it's passing an array of effects. Pretty sure. Okay, good. This is just ensuring that the exact same effect doesn't get applied twice. So here we have the ability to add the effect. Then we have the ability to trigger the effects. And then we have like specifically dealing with like traits during the setup of this, right? So now the next thing that we can do is, let's say we're loading the data from memory for effects. Should we be doing that? Right? I would think that the only effects that we probably... Hmm. So what happens if the character has traits? Where is that stored? Right? This is the very interesting dilemma. Effects is more of a temporary place. It's not a place that you would naturally store things. So that would mean that we probably want something like traits objects, akin to how we have equipment objects, right? Because let's take a look at equipped real quick. Right. So we have a list here. Do we use it? We do. So we use the list here. Let's just check how many different times I'm using it. Okay, yeah, so I'm using it in multiple places, right? And so when we go and we save information or load information, it's going to basically be going here. Let's make a real quick save load just so I could show you what I mean. So else or elif data is dictionary, which is possible. Or in this case, I guess we would store it as an array. I don't know how this is going to be string. Wait, how am I storing this? No, it has to be a dictionary. All right, so now we go here and then we say, okay, we have a list of equipment. We're gonna, sorry, we need to create equipment. So we go for, well, actually, hold on, let's pass this real quick. And then go right here and make the inverse of this. It usually helps me to make the inverse. So save, yeah, save data, and I want to look at stats. Let's just copy this. Delete that. Okay, we don't need this. And we don't need this. So I was right. It doesn't need anything there. So var new dict is going to be equal to, or is a dictionary that is going to be equal to nothing. Then we say for equipment in list. Okay, so for the equipment that's in the list, this is of the type equipment, we are going to do var data is going to be equal to equipment dot save data. Okay, and then we're going to go new dict, and we're going to say the equipment dot there we go. Is going to be equal to the data. Right? And I don't like this though, because you might end up with two items that have the same name. That'll just throw this for a loop. But I don't want to put a condition here. I'll just make sure not to have two items with the exact same name. I guess, like we don't need a helmet that's named, like, I don't know, Fiery Red, or and then a sword named Fiery Red. That would be problematic. You know what we could do? We can make our life a little bit easier by doing this. Does that work? Nope. Okay. Do this instead. Okay, good. And then we'll pass out this as a dictionary. So now what matters is how I take it back in. So we now know how it's going out. So getting back isn't that difficult, right? We're converting it into an array as well. So the easiest way is to go so if the data is a dictionary, then we go for equipment in dictionary. Um, yeah, so for equipment in dictionary, then we say so by doing this, we prevent any kind of wires being crossed because there can only ever be one of each equipment type. So if this has the same name as some other type of equipment, it won't cause an issue. Um, so, but this will throw an exception if we have, no, it actually won't. The odds of this throwing an exception are very low, but it should throw an exception is the issue. I want it to be to throw an exception if we have two things of the same equipment type. That's not good. It'll throw it in other places. It's fine. Um, so what we want to do is we want to go by the we need the we actually need to get this is problematic. This is problematic. We need a way now to parse out this part. Oh, whoops. For dot 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 for equipment in data. That was my fault. Um, so this is going to be what exactly? This is a dictionary. So we want to go for the equipment in the data. We want to do keys. Right? So we want the key. And then we want to parse that key. No, actually, hold on. each one of these should have, let's look at stat real quick. That should help us. No, it doesn't need a load. It has initialize. So when we do initialize, we're just passing in this. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's what I was rattling my e-brain about. It's basically this. So we're just gonna do this real quick. We were doing it fine. We were a-okay. And we're gonna say uh our equipment. Sorry. No, gosh, I hate naming stuff. For element in equipment is equal equipment going to be equal to equipment dot new, and we're going to pass in the element and the the element and the owner. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I see what's happening here now. So this is broken somehow. I need to go and check the I need to go and I shouldn't even know that these files exist. I don't know why it's doing that. I'll be very honest. It's very confusing to me that it's doing that. It's not something I expected to have to dive into, but I'll do it now. Um, so this would be under what? Let's go to the Sophia, yes, obviously. Scripts, repository. Oh, this is something else. Okay. Oops. I think it's repository data. Yeah, there we go. And what is this inheriting repository? Okay. So first, let's start off with what the heck is it finding? It should be looking for anything that is a repository item. And then it should be sending that information to a dictionary that is creating temporarily and then iterating through its strings to find. Eh, what the heck is happening here? None of this is making sense unless it's calling a different script when it does this. But it's not. And this is just doing its regular stuff. Okay. Got it. So this is the problem. So let's take a look at that real quick again. That's the problem. Oh man, I must have been like super tired when I started writing that. Ugh, such an obvious issue. I mean, I feel like as if it was working at one point, so it's just weird that it's not working now, but whatever. Uh, okay, we got you. So what I need to do is we don't need to get the script path resource name. That's not what we need to get here. All right, that's not the point. What we need to get is the path to the resource. So why was I looking? There must have been a reason why I was getting script path instead. You know what? Let's just do it this way. Let's see what happens. That should fix it. So let's test this out. I mean, it's nice to know that it can do that, but that's not what I want it to do. Where is it? It should be under resources, but my eyes are not seeing it right now. It's a script, resources, there it is. Repository. Okay, let's clear it. Re-upload. And we're gonna go in here. It should be down systems. Nope. Logic. Global. Properties. Let's close this. Let's reopen it. It should prompt. There we go. Reload. There we go. Now it's using the correct paths. Okay, good. So now let's try it. Yep. Okay, good. We got more problems. So invalid call, non-existent function, get abilities. Right. So let's do that real quick. And over here, we'll print debug to do later. It's just every time I start the game, I want it to point out where I have stuff left that I need to hit. Okay. So let's go back and follow the path. Let me close this real quick. Let me go back and follow the path from the player body again. So we go and make a new character. We are going up to the actor. The actor is now saying A, which means that data is no longer, and it's picking it up properly. It's picking up B. Okay, good. And then we're going to go into equipped. And then in equipped, we want to print. Well, actually, hold on. We get to equip. We want to now print here. Equipping. Okay. Let's see what it does. Nope, doesn't make it there. All right, so before we even do that, let's find out what's happening here. We know that this is fine, so we're getting into this. The issue is that when we go into the for loop, we're not actually getting anything. I don't even know what this... Oh, this is inside of abilities. We're passing that. This is no type matching the item that was passed in. So we have to check that out in a second. That's probably happening in one of the equipment calls. What is get equipment doing? Is this an inherited class? Yes, this is construct data. So we're looking for character construct. Get equipment. So let's do a check here to see what's happening. So it's doing get equipment, and it's going to see if the repository, if there is a weapon, there is a regalia, neck accessory, right? And so we want to check wrist accessory. So let's just do print debug A for the wrist accessory. We want to know if it actually gets past this point. Let's try doing that now. Nope, doesn't even get here. So we have to do something before this. Let's go back to the character body. And let's go here. I want to know print debug construct resource name. I want to know what that is. I want to make absolutely sure that I'm looking at the right thing. Player construct. Okay. Initial player, is this it? What's the resource name for this? No, so it's two different things. There, that solves my dilemma. So what is this one? Player construct. So this is the one that, and that would explain why it's trying to equip a weapon. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Okay, I was like, why was I in weapon? I couldn't figure that one out. So we're actually looking for, not that, we're looking for initial player. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now let's try it. Okay. Initial player to do. Right. So we went through the initial player. We know that we're in the right area now. So now we have to go back to equipped and find out well actually hold on. Save. And let's go down to get equipment. And or rather we know where we need to go. We need to go to character construct. And it's not getting here. So let's just check to see if we're even making this call. Or rather, if wrist accessory even exists, according to this. If repository has item, I just updated the repository, right? Let me just check. That might be the thing. Okay, hold on. Let's do a couple things. Print if wrist accessory print f else if repository has item. Yeah, what we don't care. And I'm gonna put a debug here so I know exactly where it is later. All right, let's try it now. This should print F. Yep, there we go. And doesn't print this because it's saying that this item doesn't exist as a wrist accessory in the repository. The repository does not know about it. That's bizarre. So let's just check the repository. I think I made it public, or did I hide everything? Oh, it's right here. Yeah. So it is chakra information, boss, experience, stats, required element, weapon data, accessory wrist. Here it is, right here. Hmm. Hmm. It's handling it differently. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't set up equipment properly. Let me see how it's handling the sword. Weapon. Like these, it handles fine. We have the key, and we have the value. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, okay. I got you. It is handling it fine. Potion of life, that. Fan braces, that. This is like if we wanted to add a new one. Interesting. So it's there. So the problem might not be this. The problem might be this. It has call. Game manager dot repository. Game manager dot repository. Repository data. Extends repository. And repository data has. Type string. Find any. Active resource that has type. So how do we populate active resources? The question. Populate resources. Repository item. So active resource is cleared whenever we try to populate. And active resource dot keys. For the resource type. So the key that we saw, where is it? Repository. Where are you? Items. There it is. Okay, so the key that we saw before. This is normal movement. This is the key. This is the value. So when we go back to the character construct, the question is, so we know that this F, so let's actually find, let's print wrist accessory. What the heck is it pushing through? They literally copy pasted the name. There's no way that there could be a spelling issue here. If there is, then I have an idea on how to handle this. It's just something I could put into repository item. Fix this. All right, so let's try it one more time. Vambraces of blah. Okay. I am not satisfied. So let's actually go up to the repository item. This is my we can call it my failsafe. I was thinking of doing it and then I said, "No, this is good enough." But apparently it isn't. So I think it's repository item I need to go to. It extends resource, right? Okay. Okay. So func set name. And it's going to be void. Resource name is going to be set to the... Oh, shoot. Now I remember why I didn't do this. Because file path I couldn't remember. There's a way to do it, but I can't remember it at all. I think it's this. Get file is the closest I can think to it, but it's also throwing in the dot. So what is this doing with slice? Get slice. Print example. 1, 2, and then it prints. It's not what I'm looking for. right? Like I can't use the other one because I don't know how many of those are going to be in its name. There's something that I can use that will check to see if there's a period in there and then remove everything after the period and everything after it. That's what I need to do. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Where is it? I just saw it. Erase. There we go. Returns a string with characters erased. Sure, fine. If the string is valid path, returns the base directory name. So this will return the base directory name path to there. Get the base name. If the string is valid path, returns the full file path. So without the .txt. That's great. Get extension. If the string is a valid. So what is this doing? For a path.text will .ed. So it will return exactly what it should do. Otherwise, it'll return nothing. Gotcha. Get file. Okay, so it looks like what I have to do is first do get file, and then I have to do get extension, and then I have to do an erase on whatever the extension is I get. A little annoying, but that's the way that it wants me to handle it, so I think it's slice. What is it doing again? Splits the string using a delimiter and returns the substring. So get slice count returns a total number of slices. No, that's not it. Got it. Okay, so got it. Okay. A little annoying, but there's count want. Is there like a size call? Is that what it is? An array, right? Yeah, okay. Is it length? No. No, there's no length. Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. There we go. So now it's going to erase everything for this count after it goes past the file length minus the extension length. So let's just do a print on this real quick. I want to know every resource that it's doing this to, and I want to see the names that it's giving them. Print debug. So I remember where this is. Don't have to remember it. And then we can go to repository data, and we're going for the path, load the paths, and then we do, if the item is a repository item, at this point is when we're going to do the item dot, oops, set, what did we call it? Set name. I think that's what I did. Why do we have that? Let's get rid of that. Okay, good. Oh, I'm gonna have to restart Godot. That's a little annoying. Um, too few arguments. This is taking in an argument? No, it's not. Function signature doesn't match the parent. Is there a method in this already called set name? One sec. Toggle. It's not marking it off, so I don't know. Funk. That. No, there's nothing. I don't know what it's talking about. Set name. There is no other function named set name, right? Signature doesn't match the parent. What parent? This is the highest level. The only thing above this is resource. Ref counted. Object. No, there's nothing else. This is bizarre. Func set name does not match parent. Signature set name string void. is there something inheriting this that uses set name? Um, Probably. Maybe that's what it is. So what we'll do instead is we'll go set resource name. Has to be something inheriting. Maybe an item is using a set name. Yep, that looked like it. Um, okay. So then when we go back to this, we're going to go set resource name. Good. Okay, now we are going to go here and we will first, I don't want to see all of that. Let's clear the repository and do that. Here we go. Okay, now let's go. Invalid call non-existent function set resource name. Did I type it wrong? Set resource name. Let's reload this project one more time. Okay, now let's try repository. Set resource name in base resource. I'm not using base resource. If item is why is it loading it as base resource? So obviously I'm setting it to repository item. How do you even get there if it doesn't recognize the item as a repository item? Why are you doing this? It freaking blows my mind sometimes, bro. Like, this is an absolutely pointless hiccup for you to have. Any freaking other situation, if I was, just doesn't make sense. It knows that it's a repository item. The entire point is to convert that into a repository item after the duck typing. Ah. This is just one of those engine hiccups. Um, I don't care. I'm gonna do it this way. Here. Okay. What the flark? Invalid call line 15 repo item. It's literally yeah. Okay. I, I don't know what to say. This is crazy. This is legitimately crazy. I'm setting it. Maybe I need to restart Godot again? I don't know. Let's see. Let's try restarting Godot. Maybe that'll fix it. Save, reload. Like I am forcing it to recognize that this is supposed to be a repository item at this. Holy crow. This is nuts. This is legitimately insane. Are you for real? Why? You know what? Hold on. I didn't want to do it this way, but we're going to try. Oops. Nope. Still won't. The tool. Oh, maybe this isn't there. That's what the issue was. That was the issue. Holy crow. That was frustrating. So we can actually just get rid of this. This is unnecessary also. Okay. Clear this. This should work now. Unless I need to restart Godot. Yes, I do. You have to restart whenever you're doing stuff like that with tools. Try it one more time. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. This is supposed to be... You know what? I don't need you. I'm going to take this out of here. And we're going to put this over here. And we're going to pass in, it's going to be an issue, so resource path string. Okay, so now this would be like this. Okay, and then we are going to return resource main. So now this, turning a string. There. There. Beautiful. Okay. If it doesn't want to comply, I can force it to comply. Okay, so now we just do set resource name. And we put in the item dot source path. And actually, let's do it this way. Put in the item itself. Where are you? There you go. Actually, let's be safe about this because this thing is being really finicky. So we're just going to call this a resource. And then we're going to say there. right? And so we don't actually need to return anything at this point. Right? Because now we can just do this. Or better yet, we can just do it like this. Okay, done. Now, let's see what you have to say for yourself. Force me to have to slap you. Why does it have a period? I see. It's just how the arrays are counted, so I have to do this. Okay, now let's try it. Clear, clear. Hmm. Interesting. I don't know what the S stands for. Um, let's do this. There we go. Oh, I see. It's wrapping around. There we go. Is it? Yep. Okay, good. All right. So now that this is all set up, or at least it should be working, but I don't know. This is going to prompt me to have to go look at my other section, systems, global properties. It should reload. Okay. And so now this was my failsafe. This is basically me saying, yeah, these are the names that we're going to be using, right? So now we can go back and we're going to test it out to remind ourselves what the problem was. Okay, good. Okay, so here we go. So we're going to try to create, but we're creating, what are we creating? Where are we? Construct. We created off of none, null, nil. What is it saying? Non-existent function create. Stat. Um, this is so weird. Create is part of this. Wait, what? So stats. So we do init. We say the list is going to be equal to getStats owner. So this is the construct. Then we go into the construct. And in the construct, we basically take the owner, and then we say, well, for the stats in stat, data, stats data, static, get stat at that at that path. And then that'll give us the data. So this is going to get us the stat data proper. And then this is going to say new stat is going to be equal to the data, and then we call create on stat data. Got it. This is create on stat data. So it's saying that the function create in base nil. If experience properties dot base stat dot stat experience. What? So if you have experience, it should be returning. So it creates a new stat here. And then if you have experience, it will then return. It will then, what? This is pointless. Maybe I was in the middle of doing something. Return. This doesn't make sense. Okay. This makes more sense now. New experience. So if you have experience, if this is filled in, then we say new experience is going to be equal to, maybe I was testing something and got stopped halfway, I think. And then we get the stat experience, and then we just create a new one, and then this will be experience. Right? There we go. Okay. No, this is wrong. It should be get stat, stat data, get stat, stat data. So it's returning stat data, and then this is create. So this is right, actually. It's just in a different area. But for some reason you can't type cast it. Cannot assign value of type stat to variable new experience that's specified as type experience. This is so perplexing. I think I maybe am tired. I don't know. static get stat, which will then do this. And then it'll pass back the stat data. But we should be able to say, oh, okay, yeah, I'm just getting tired. I get it. But then when we do create on it, so what is this? This is stat data. So we're calling create here on base stat. And so we also have the other one, which is experience stat. So now let's go back one step. There we go. So that's the problem. So this should actually be base stat data. There we go. All right, and it's going to just return that. Base stat data. There. Okay, so now that this returns base stat data, then we can run create on it, and we can say that this is as experience. And we can say might need to restart, but whatever. And we can say this is experience. Right? Let me see. Get stat, base stat data, and then create should be leading me up to base stat, but it's still leading me here. So yeah, I need to just restart. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. So now it works perfectly fine. All right, so now if I go here, it's going to lead me over to base stat data, which is perfectly exactly where it should be. And then when I call create on base stat data, it's going to create experience. And then if new experience, then new this thing, that experience is going to be equal to the new. Okay, so we're good. All right, let's go forward from here. See, these are the issues that I expected to bump into because I knew that it was going to try to build out these systems and I hadn't tested them after I moved my files around. The things will just start getting broken once you do that. So I was really surprised it didn't throw all of these at me before. So what is this saying? Non-existent function create in base nil. So this is stat data. Static get stat. Stat data. But we're getting past there and we're getting to line 39, which is saying that create doesn't exist. And we all know that this is bull because create is right here. So what is it really saying? It's saying that data is null. Yeah, it's saying data is null. So there's a problem happening here with getStat. So then we go to the get repository. Repository data. Get resource. I see. Hmm. You know what? Let's just make our lives easier. Oh, I already have it here. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Let's try it now. I didn't fix it, but we're gonna bounce back to the error anyway. There we go. Okay. So let's go here. Oh, wait. Did I? No, it's updated. Clear. Do that. Properties. Reload. Okay, so we have errors. Didn't know you couldn't do that. Now I know. Why is it including the S? It didn't work. The thing that I was trying to do. This. Right here. I'm going to hit this. I think I can get away with converting this whole thing into just one string, which is the path. And that will be utilitarian, right? Because it'll allow me to do everything that I need. So let's go here, get stat. And get stat is looking for the stat name. But we don't care for the stat name anymore, right? We do this and we go list. What's a list? List is this dictionary. Oh, that's why I did it this way. Oh gosh. I get it now. It's for when you save the game. Saves it as the name of the object rather than as of the file path. If it didn't have to do that, then I wouldn't have done it. Now I get it. Oh, lordy lord. I get it. It's just a weird situation. So how I landed myself in this problem is because Godot loves to do everything in strings, and I hate strings. And I tried my best to implement um, stuff like this anywhere that I could, right? So you end up bumping into areas where Godot is like, yeah, you should have just stuck with strings. That's more of a testament to the system that I built not being capable of handling this situation. It's just, and I hated the idea of turning it into an array also. Absolutely hated it. Okay. Um, yeah, so how do we handle this? I can't do what I wanted to do. Thank goodness I didn't start doing it because then I would have realized this. So I caught this early. We're going to have to keep it the way that we're keeping it now. The question is, what's being transported between? This is useless to me right now because this is just not this is not conductive to what I wanted in the end. I need those resource names to be human readable, not file extensions. So we're going to get rid of this. Um, we're going to throw this back to the way that it was. We have some work ahead of us because these resources are named oddly now. I'm going to do some deleting actually. Because this is, yes. What? Oh, sure, whatever. We'll just rename them then, I guess. Aether. This is just fine. Okay. Okay. So it didn't change these. I thought I would have to go in and change all of these now, but it looks like it kept it all the same, which I'm very happy. I just check the other ones. Um, sure, whatever. They were construct. Okay, so it didn't change the names of these. If I just go here now, just update it. Okay. Okay, good. Now, if I go here to my properties one more time and just check there, I have to close this, reload. Okay. What's happening now? Expected. What is this expecting? Aether, Aether. Why did it add a period? Where is it getting this information from is the question. Let's go down to, I think I forgot to save. Was that it? Okay. So the issue that it's having is properties. So for some of them, it's still loading it with the period. I don't know why. Um, I'm going to just try that one more time because I don't want to make any changes and then suddenly I realize it was just that it didn't update it for some reason. Because it's throwing an exception for some things. I don't know why. Sophia, properties. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I am element, blah, blah, blah. A. Did we close properties? Reload. It's still doing that period. I don't know why. I mean, obviously, this isn't a solution. I just want to see if it's the period that's causing the problem alone. These have the names in them with a period. Let me go up to Aether. See if that's what's happening. Yeah, it does. It has it right here. Okay, got it. What else? Player. So this is player. Um, initial player. I mean, I think what I should do, the correct way to handle this, I'm going to correctly handle this in a second, but I just want to do this because it irks a little. Initial player. It irks a little that it's in the name itself. What else? And level 0. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I need to go to here, repository data, and we need to go. I think there's a static method that it should be applying here. Okay, here it is. So yeah, there it is. Get valid name. So we have this. Okay, output equal to output replace. And we will replace that with nothing. There. That's what it should have done. I mean, it's good that it threw that exception because those shouldn't have periods in them at all. But still. So now let's go back and Oh, I probably could have done the replace on the trace on the other ones. Oh, it doesn't matter. We're past that now. There's just so much crap in your head. Sometimes you just um, forget that you can do specific things. Okay, so now let's check properties. Reload. What's the issue here? Level 0 has the same name, so it has the same name as this. So it's getting upset because of that. Right, because its name shouldn't be level 0. Its name should be boss level 0, and the other one should be whatever it was, level 0. And it's back to having... Why does it have the period there again? I don't understand. I'm pretty sure I removed it. This is boss, level 0. And I think the other one was mobs. Okay. Humanoids, initial player, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's try this one more time. Player. Okay, we're going to get rid of this. If it loads that thing again with the period at the end, I know that it's something somewhere is doing something. Okay, it's gone completely now. Okay, and it did it completely correctly now. So that's what I mean. Like, these things, I did it intentionally this way, so these things would throw exceptions if they shared the same name. So now I remember, like I said, it's been weeks, well, almost 2 weeks, 3 weeks since I've touched this system. So I forgot how I was thinking about approaching it. So that's what I did. This properties class will start throwing exceptions if I have stuff in here that has the same name. So I don't need to worry about items sharing the same name, because if they do, it'll throw an exception in here. That's the idea. Right? That's the whole point of this. Well, and then some. Um, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's it. It looks crisp. This looks good. Let's close this down. All right, I'm gonna run this and see what it's gonna throw an exception about. It didn't throw an exception. Um, sure. Van braces of blah. So I guess we're back here. To do van braces of blah. Okay. So now we got to go to, I think it's inside of the construct, the character construct. And it is saying that, so a couple of things are happening. For one, it's properly setting up stats, which means that the get call is working perfectly fine. Before it was broken, and that was a problem. Or rather, the has call. The get call is working. I'm not sure if the has call is working. Right? So this might be just too old. Like, this system might be just very old. That might be what was causing it. And I don't remember that it was old because I'm coming back to it now. So this might be just because I built out the statics. And I think statics were what was supposed to replace this. And I think I disconnected this, but I never... I might have moved on before I finished just leading stuff. So obviously it's getting here. It knows that this is a thing. So let me see. What was this? I think this is getting. Is this instancing the item? Yeah, I think it's instancing the item. Um, so we can do vambraces is equal to um, what was it again? It was accessories. I think it's wrist, and then we go. Yeah, okay, there we go. Get equipment. Uh, Weird. No, that's not right. Statics. Yeah, it's over here, see? Get accessory. So this is not old because we've changed accessories. We actually need to expand in this. So that's why it's not working, because we changed accessory. So I need to figure out how to get access to it. Func get. Actually we need to find out how it's even storing it. So let's go back to the repository. It should be storing it under accessory data, but I don't know. So I'm going to check now. Where is it? Repository data. Okay. So if it is a repository item, then in the dictionary, so it's active resources dictionary that we're going to check. Um, Actually, hold on. Let's double check myself. We're going to get resource. Repository, get resource. Let's get resource paths. Get resource. So it's in repository data. Get resource. Okay. So it's going into preloaded resources. So preload resource. Set up preload resource. Preload resource. And take the resource type. Ah. Okay. So for resource type in active resource dot keys, resource type active resource type is its key. And now we preload the resources. So resource type is going to be that, and then for resource name, sorry. This should be like this. Might be causing an issue. Okay, So then for the resource name in the resource type dict.keys, the path is going to be equal to the resource type dict. This is something else. Okay, there we go. So we're creating a dictionary. The first one is the type, and then the name. Then we add the path. So we can have the type of a particular accessory, and then got it. I don't like this system. I don't like it. I mean, it works fantastic for just having things like these, where I can just do like, get this, right? But you know what it is when you start coding and you code for so long, you just get super tired and just don't realize what you're doing. You just want to, it's like you're brute forcing it through. Get, neck, get accessory, get neck accessory. Name, string, accessory, neck. That's the problem. This this exists, but it doesn't exist the way that we're using it. It's the same problem that I bumped into when I tried to do the other thing. This is just meant to be very specific. Like there's a generalized one down here, like if I just want to get equipment generally, right? I can just do it this way. And then but it's a bit slower to do this, and I marked it experimental for a reason. Um this is the intended way or the built out way right now. So we're actually going to just change this. This is going to be ring. I think ring data is what this needs to be. Neck data. Neck. This only happened because I decided to make these later. Before they used to all just be um they used to all just be accessories, but I decided to do this after the fact, so it's part of the cake. So we have the ring, we have the neck, and we have the wrist. Okay, good. What are we missing here? Neck accessory. Oh yeah, okay, got it. Um, this is get ring, neck, and wrist. Okay, good. Get accessory. So we're gonna make another one, I guess. Yeah. Put it under experimental. You know what? It would actually just be better to do it this way. Okay. So this is like the supposed to be the general way. Like if I don't know what the equipment is that I'm trying to get, I can just do get equipment, put in the name, and it'll just parse through everything until it finds until it finds an equipment. Once it's found, then it just breaks out, then it returns what it finds. And then it's so because of how this worked, I decided to throw it on a separate thread. So this is it's multi-threading the task, and then it's going to return the process, which will be the result of this. I'm not sure if that was clear. Basically, this is the process, a separate process, separate function. I took this function, put it inside of another thread, and then have your whatever computer is processing this is handling it on a different thread, and then it's going to return the equipment data from the process once the task is complete. Which I think I need to do this. Await. Uh, completed. That's what I, no, yeah, await it completed. That's what I was looking for. All right, and this is doing the same thing, but just for items generally. But again, this is experimental. But it shouldn't take any more than a frame to get done at most. But I wanted to try it on a separate thread. Multi-threading for the win, right? Okay, so we have equipment, blah, 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 this and that. All right. So now we have that done. Now let's go back and let's take a look at... I don't even remember where we were now. I think it's in character construct. So Vambrace is static dot get wrist accessory wrist dot create owner as accessory Rest. And then from there, we just do a if vambraces print vambraces dot name. Good enough. I think I need to restart Godot. The character. Yeah, okay. So yeah, now it's not work. Now it's not broken anymore. So and let's just put something here to mark it off. Okay. Let's try it now. What the heck? Where is this? Requirement. Get requirement. I didn't change this. Get requirement is a... Oh, I did change it. Got it. Yeah. Now I know why I didn't do this before. That's why this is experimental. There we go. That's why that was experimental. Okay, let's try that one more time. What happened? Where am I? I'm in static. Game manager, repository, get effect. Non-existent function, get effect in base resource, repository data. You're right. Get effect doesn't exist there. So why are you looking for it there? What is it looking for? We're getting further, right? Let's actually check to see if this happened. Vambraces of blah. No, we didn't. We actually didn't get any further. I mean, it went further for some reason, but it didn't at the same time. Don't ask me why. What is calling this? Equipment instance effect. Okay, so I wanted to create an instance of the effect. And this is happening in static. Got it. So what we can do, this is in static. So we should have a get interesting. This is just this is just a result of there being a new system and it's just not hooked in yet. So I can just add it. Get effect. Yeah, so we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. I'm gonna try to power through this and see what happens. Repository. We have a problem. Okay, and over here, instance effect. Where is it? We're still gonna have an issue. I just want to test this out. Yep, there we go. So now it's gonna give me the issue over here because this is problematic. So we need to get into we need to get into the repository. No, we need to get, yeah, we need to get into the repository data. Get resource. We need to make this a bit more flexible. Right, because what's happening here is we're looking for this script. Where am I even getting that information? Oh, over here. Hmm. Hmm. So, in effect, how do I get this to work? Right? That's the question. Effect data. Repository get resources name effect data. So what is the effect data exactly? So the problem is that this is a script where I can't imagine a situation that allows me to parse this script any further. Because this is being stored here. Where is it? By its type. And the type that it's being stored as so in this case, it would be blah effect, not effect data. So it's not coming immediately to my mind. How am I supposed to handle that when we try to do a search into it? But this was my way of handling it without having to use enums. Unfortunately, it became too specific. Trying to think, how am I supposed to approach this without adding in more data? So using the script was nice, right? But there's just a built-in problem with GD script. You can't use types as part of a function. In other words, there's no generics. Right? And so you end up having to do all kinds of weird things to try to get around not having a generic. This is one of those. This is one of those things. It's one of those times where I'm trying to get around. Holy crow. This is biting me in the butt big time. I decided to do this because I wanted to get around having to make an enum. In other words, this would just expand as I was building out. But the problem didn't strike me immediately as it is now, which is what happens if I am using a strategy pattern to extend the class to get different functionalities. And so my response to that was, well, we only have one effect data, and we could have multiple effects doing their things. But now that we've gone about it differently with how we've implemented effects, the effect data is going to be extended quite a bit because we're going to have different types of effects. Generally, we have on hit effects, we're going to have like on level up, and so on. Basically, one for each one of the enums, right? Well, not really. Sorry, hold on. Let me rephrase that. We'll have the enums, and then we'll have different effects that we can associate with those enums. So we might have, for example, a heal +5, right? But we might have like a category 4 heals +5, and each one of them is just doing a different thing based on its enum that's set to it. So we don't have a bunch of on hits that have different heals. We have a bunch of heals that have different effects. Some of them are on hit. And that disrupted this system because it was relying on that I didn't have a ton of different inherited classes. So now my question is, preloaded resources, does it even need the resource type? I don't think it does. Let's try doing it without it. Okay, so far so good. Hey, there we go. All right. That's what I like to see. All right. Okay. Good stuff. Excellent stuff. So basically, I kind of halfway through it remembered that my properties already prevents duplications of names in most cases. There's a specific case where you can have duplicate names. So I'm gonna have to figure out at some point down the road how to handle that, but right now I'm happy. Small victories. So let's go back down to the character construct real quick. This is now properly loading this in Vambraces, and then we tested it. We actually got the Vambrace of blah name. Um, so now this doesn't work though, right? This has thing. So let's go into it real quick. Repository data. If the active resources has the type. Active resources, resource type. It's saying no matching type. Let's put this as a debug. All right, so basically the item that we're putting in, it doesn't have a matching type for that. Got you. So we can try using something else real quick. Actually, hold on. Actually, I want to do something. I'm very interested in this. Let's find out what's happening in there. Got it. Okay. So yeah, this is just an old system that we don't really need to use anymore. Right? Because like it used to be that I would just do this and I could get all of that. But then I changed it. So if I wanted this to work, I'd have to use the actual so let's give it a shot. Let's try it out and see. Make sure we save everything. There we go. Now I'm gonna comment all of these other ones out because they're gonna start throwing exceptions. You know what? Let's get rid of these two right now. I'm gonna just comment them out and then let the errors reign in because as much as I enjoy them, I don't think this is a good idea. So let's try doing that. There we go. Okay. Okay, good. So far we've only had one issue with it. So that means it's not popping up in a lot of places. It's really good. Okay. So this is supposed to be what now? Create. Okay, got it. So character construct data equip is equal to equipped or equipment in equipped. So for equipment, cannot assign non-object value. What? It is an object. What's going on here? Item ref counted. What do you mean? What are you really saying right now? You did it here. It's literally the same thing, but you're saying that this one is now a problem? Cannot assign a non-object value to a variable of type equipment. Okay, figure this out. Equipment for equipment in list. What is this producing? Character. How about this? No, we want it to be like this, right? No, we don't need it to be like this anymore because of the new system. Yeah, this is all old stuff. Var, um, oops, forgot to close that. Okay, what next? Boom. What else? We're getting there. We're getting very close. Try that again. Okay, looks like we're working. Try attacking. I have done. Yes. And that is a wrap. Oh man, we fixed so many things along the way, but yeah, basically that's it. That's what I was going for this whole time. So to recap, basically, um, over here I have done the where is it player body. So in player, I've made a system effectively that I can pass anything that I want to into whatever I want to. It doesn't make a difference. Uh, and where the heck did I put it? Execute attack. There we go. All right. So now all I have to do is do get effects, trigger effects, put the type of effect, and then that's what it is. And then to expand on the different effects, I can just copy paste this stuff. Where is it? Derp. Where are you? There it is. So let's say I have, there it is, effects. So I've done blah stuff effect right here, right? So instead, let's say I want to make another, um, I don't know, effect for while I'm attacking, right? So I'll do another blah stuff. So let's name this, I don't know, blah stuff 22. Yeah, sure. Okay. And I'm going to just pass a null here, right? Because to be honest, this isn't really supposed to pass like what the effect is supposed to do. It's just supposed to pass data into the effect that the effect might need. And that's how it's supposed to be set up. But so we have an on attack, and then we're going to say, where is it? Effect, blah effect. There it is. This is blah effect 22. Sure. And I'm going to just go into blah effect real quick, and I'm going to actually give blah effect some functionality. All right, this is the blah class. Doesn't make a difference. Export, and it's going to be var string. Oops, yeah, var say blah, and it's going to be able to type string. Okay, there. So now this one will say I am blah 22. This one will say, that's the first one. Oh, this is the first one, blah and blah. Gotta love Godot. And this is the second one. I am blah 22. Okay. So now all I have to do in order to get this to work in this system for this game, which is um, taking its time, but it's getting made, is let's go over to here. The thing that I'm equipping is an accessory, if you remember correctly. There it is. And I'm going to add an additional, add an additional effect, and it's going to be blah stuff 22. All right, and I got to remember to do this, which is I'm going to write in the name of this as blah stuff 22. Okay, there. So now that that's done, because I've made a new resource, I need to update the repository. All right, that should be that. Unfortunately, Godot doesn't automatically do this part, so I have to do a reload. No errors on the reload, and we can see blah stuff 22 is now here. Godot doesn't do a domain update. You have to kind of either, like I just did, or just restart Godot altogether. So now the Vambrace now should have two effects on it. So when I start, let's clear all of this. Now when I start the game, should I attack? Oh, what's this now? It's saying Oh, because it's null, it's passing in. Right, I forgot to change that. Whoops, sorry. Got ahead of myself. I need to go back to the block class and change what it's actually doing. Where is it? I think it's blah here. Yeah, this is it. Instead of trying to print this, it's going to print say blah. Forgot to do that. Say blah. Okay. Now we should try it. Blah class cannot convert. Oh, you can't even convert this to. Gotcha. Um. Hmm. Hmm. This is an interesting little thing that I just bumped into in Godot. Converting. Um. So the easiest way to handle this is actually to just do this. Blah. And just do like that. I mean, that's the easiest way. And then just Godot knows how to handle that. So now I can attack, right? And then if I go back, you'll see it has I am blah and then I am blah 22. And it was as simple as just adding just going over here. I mean, it's this two-step process, right? I have to create the resource. Every time I create a resource, I need to update the repository. So that way this will work properly. That's about it. But yeah, so this is a good system for me for developing the game further. And it's nice because now I can do stuff like if I attack, right? If I execute the attack, I could pass in, let's say, the enemy, and I could apply like a on hit fiery explosion or something like that. And it's pretty cool. I like it. All right, so that was more than enough hours of this. I'm going to call it here. Okay, take it easy.